Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are? Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember? Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him. So I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him? If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy, I just... What do you want to know? Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen. Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al. He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? My hero. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth. Whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options: death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine? Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folk seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Ah, that one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the Forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the village.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing for the election later today. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name? A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one,"
From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away. An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking about? The Empire is the most civilizing force in the known world. Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. For 800 years she has borne great statesmen, philosophers, poets, artists, and engineers. We have comprehensive laws protecting the rights of our citizens, which have unified countless warring tribes all across the Mediterranean and beyond, from Gallia to Judea. All our citizens are treated the same, regardless of the color of their skin or their sexual preference. Can you say the same? When our people are starving, they are given food rations, and when they are wronged, they have the right to bring the guilty party before the magistrate. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson, and so on. No other civilization in the world is so advanced, and you have the hubris to call us barbaric? Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? And besides, there are laws for their protection as well. On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers seeking glory, or condemned prisoners who would have been executed anyway. I do not see the harm. Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities, and the right to be protected by their fathers and husbands. You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? It's hard to blame the people for being angry about that. Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you. You see, In my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Me? Why would you suspect me? I've just told you. I'm about to sacrifice my own life to ensure these people have a second chance. What reason could you possibly have to suspect me, of all people? I'm glad you think so. Without trust, without each other, we won't be able to prevent what is about to happen. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the Golden Rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense? Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break the Golden Rule? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
My room. Leave before I call Horatius. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Oh, I'd say it to their faces if they had the courage to show themselves. Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. I trust you can see yourself out.
are they?
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? What's your vote worth to him? What? You're throwing your lot in with him for free then? That's even worse. Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good, then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election. Can't hurt. The name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No, you don't look like you could afford it. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return. Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron. Dunno. Something good. Just make it good. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
Ah, you've returned. Do you have... Ask then. Good. Of course. Why then did you... It looks like you'll have to Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper way to address me. Before I wound up here, I was a decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians. It's a cavalry officer. I had 30 men under my command. This was my uniform. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to survive long enough to create the portal for you, so it seemed prudent. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome as honor guard for a visiting dignitary arriving upriver by barge. Now, the port is usually bustling, but just as our guests arrived, waves of people began running toward the river from streets and alleyways in every direction. They were trying to escape a terrible fire. Unfortunately, the crowd sent my horse into a panic, and I remember it losing its footing by the water's edge. The next thing I knew, I was waking up on a riverbank not far from here in the company of some stranger. I went looking for my horse and discovered that lonely temple. You can probably figure out the rest. I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested because of my command experience. Since then, there's been growing agitation for another election. They're supposed to be annual, but I agreed to hold it sooner, hoping it would placate my constituents. Unfortunately, it just seems to have emboldened certain elements instead. Very well. I've had plenty of time to think about it. Let me see if I can sum up my thoughts. I've always considered my guiding star to be the well-being of the Roman people. Our survival and prosperity have always hinged upon honoring the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. Give the gods what they want and we all prosper. Dishonor them and we all die. It's as simple as that. The real enemy in this place is not the golden rule, but human failings. The temptation to slide into degeneracy, greed, and hubris. I trust that answers your question. Thank you. I'll be waiting.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. Julia. She was a good woman. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of silphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall, but there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that genetricum fututo and scratching his eyes out. Well, come back if you get sick or injured. Day or night, I'll do what I can. May Apollo keep you safe.
Hey, Virgil, How much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Salve. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia, but we just have to carry on, don't we? You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, I'm in the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave, fetch a magnificent price in Roman high society. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin, so I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank, not far from here, with nothing in the world but a single silver coin. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune, because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. It's terrible for inflation is what it is. There's so much gold just lying around, it's practically worthless. At least down here. Of course, I have an idea for generating real wealth, but what I need is a bow. Just a simple composite bow. I've scoured this city from top to bottom with no luck. But if you happen to find one, bring it to me and we'll talk. Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a little discreet. Thank you, friend. Malleolus. I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
Certainly. Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace and we never heard from her again. But I digress. Do you want this silphium or not? That's hardly my concern. But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years? Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? Very well. Another time.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? I wish we could have met under better circumstances. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people, that kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines were constructed hundreds of years ago, which means Romans have been arriving here for at least that long. But there's one thing that puzzles me. The oldest shrine in this avenue isn't Roman at all. It's Greek. Well, yes, that could be the reason. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and worshipping here before the Romans arrived. Which begs the interesting question, who really built this place? And could it be far older than any of us imagine? If only there was a way we could talk to the people who came here before us. The stories they could tell. Gladly. Personally, my favorite thing about this place is the aqueducts. Those series of adjoining arches. They're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering with a very practical purpose. They take fresh water coming from outside the city and distribute it all across the chasm. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath the great temple. Some of it flows down into another cistern beneath the villas, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpina, where it fills the lake and allows us to fish and farm. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you'd have to find a way inside somehow. Just, please, try to be a bit more discreet about it. You mean the Great Temple? This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know. Of course. Some people say it's divine, the work of a god, but I'm not so sure. It just seems so flawed to me. Like it's distinctly human. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things that just seem so wrong to you. But this so-called god doesn't seem to care, which means one of two things. Either you don't know the difference between right and wrong, or this unknown god doesn't. And I'm pretty sure I know the difference. Do you? Good. Then I hope you'll agree that there are only two ways of dealing with unfair rulers. The first is to leave. The second is to remove the ruler from power. And it seems leaving may not be an option. good question. It's best if I say no more, but I hope you'll give it some thought. Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a sinner, and that I'm going to break the golden rule. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for male company. Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least, I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite the collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one of those cultists. Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused. Come back and let me know what you find.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Ah, back. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths not long ago. Very well.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh, and since you seem to be in a... Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, and if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is... But don't worry. All right.
Oh!
What are you doing in here? She needs the rest. What? Yulia? Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Look, if you don't want to tell, that was like the gods. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of your... And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her. In the meantime, I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from here. It's all right. Say what you will about, and while there's no shortage of snakes here. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of... But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife, not a physician, but she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too, until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying, but I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, The last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, it's you. Was there something you wanted? As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me. Thank you. You mean my life story? Oh, well, I grew up as part of a big family in Rome. Me and 3 older sisters. Our father found good husbands for my sisters, but I wasn't cut out for that kind of life. So he found me a job as a scribe for a prominent merchant. It was a good life for a while, until 7 months ago when the fires came. My colleagues and I worked desperately to try to protect our warehouse. We must have had 100 workers passing buckets of water, but they fell on deaf ears. My employer told me to grab what valuable. I remember diving into the river and then... Thank you, but to be honest... All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly breathe and I knew I had to get out somehow. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. 1,000 denarii. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her it would take me years to save up that much. So she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. And I did. I'm not proud of it, but yes, I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work. I paid Aurelia. Hemlock. It's a deadly poison. Drink this, she said. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." She immediately told Malleolus in fact, he just That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I thought about resisting too. But he locked me in his villa. Confiscated. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She said I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for... Those two took everything from my hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. I brought it on myself. When I've recovered, I expect death. Only this time, honestly, I doubt it. At least until someone... No, of course. A lot. But it doesn't. He's in exactly the same position as I am. He's probably already thrown himself from... If so, I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India. And never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know. From which exotic part of the world do you hail? And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do, we will have much time here to get to know one another. My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forum. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree? Oh, and there is another reason too. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best. A good question. A very good question indeed. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary... I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, and we began making our way through some of... Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places This time, I remember people screaming. When I regained my faculties, I was lying Indeed. I'm like... In any case, it seems I'd been rescued. I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across... Anything... Shh. Have you not... Oh, then I... Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first start and scaling the chasm wall is... But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered... I admire your enthusiasm. There was an attempt made by... They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for They heard a godlike voice saying the entire... So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath... Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned, instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands. So yes, we know this rule. If we are to survive, I say we must avoid doing. It does that. For even if 99% of us are sadly, no matter how... Ah, the voice button for all their grim and haunting. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Nothing. This is troubling, is it not? But my young friend Fabia confided in me that I hope that
You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all. You'll just have... Thank you. I have to hide. What? Ugh. The shrine is collapsing!
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl! I can't believe she is dead. The gods are cruel and unjust.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius. I'm not sure I believe that. So I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself. So if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But is that understood? Thank you. Now tell me. A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be... Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping back. Always sneak. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities. You say that. So you admit you're not... Threatening me is not going to... That sounds and I saw the inscription saying, the many shall suffer for the sins of... You've clearly been in... Now tell me... You lot are practicing... Of course you'd say. It's all clear to me now. The secret... What baffles me is how... However, you still have a chance... Then, do you have any last words? As a matter of fact, once I'm done with and I can think of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Oh. Yulia. I'll go, but what?
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, citizen? All right?
We're finally alone. We have? Wait, I must have entrusted you. Is that about... Ah, look, it's unfortunate. Now, Of course. Yeah. What? Then what are you doing here talking to me? As magistrate, I hereby declare him. I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime. So now you're an expert on Roman law. If ever there was a time to Anyway, despite my weapons ban, it's... It looks like you'll have to continue. Thank you. Of course. Yeah. What it looks... Thank you.
What? All right.
Stop right there. Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll...
Filthy, lying degenerates!
You there! I'm sorry to trouble. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it. And before you ask, no. But I would... Tell me, do you have any idea how... And here I was thinking I was the only... Supposedly, one or two of those arrows. Now, of course, that is a travesty. I can't help but think of a tale told by that with the ability to transmute or use your imagination. Golden... And even if we were to split all those riches between... Look, I might have skimmed over that one. Excellent. So the first question... Now, I have a plan. No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she... And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana. And would you like to guess what? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that... Oh, gods, no. If you tried that, we'd all be dead. No. Here's what I propose. You give your bow to me. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and undercut. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path. But in my experience, all the... Now, because the gods would see you, of course. I'm more of an ideas man. When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and... Only because he was silly enough to get... So... Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, this is a quality... And here we are. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you. You, partner? Do you have the... Wonderful. Just go... A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes. No, technically, it's hardly my fault if you can't... Oh, I do... You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. I would reconsider my position, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to... Let's find out if...
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me, a rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strange whisper, and turning back, I discovered that even though I had moved, she was still looking back into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke. You're not supposed to be here. My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world. My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And, worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And you think I care about that? Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message, and now look at her. All I wanted was to spend. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped. What's so What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, but if these bodies are mere... Wait! You're trying to steal her away? Liar! Give me one... What? Wait. I did all this. What have I done? Oh God, it's the air. But the only way to fix it, at least that way she'd be golden again. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the gold. You did it. You took away her pain. I swear, I'll stay here to keep her company. I fear the only one in any case, the treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe. Now, please leave. The door. Go.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible that you've just... Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. That's a shame. Now everybody... Hey, maybe the patricians will start treating me with a bit... All right.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth. You see, my plan was to give you a little but when I opened... Partner, I swear... Fine. It's a credit to you that you... Very well.
Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. Willowback, I should have known. It was... I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him some of... Thank you. A city, but snakes like absolutely nothing. Oh no. There was one other part, but that was Navy. Well, until she suddenly... This changed the last time I saw her, and then she shut herself in. She's been gone so long now. But I really wish I could... One of my pets... I really... He's big... I just... You did? Will I have... Thank... Sure. Do you really want to know? I mean, if... Glad... That's a...
Name's Rufius. What business is... Willowbark. And this... Finally, some relief. I've been... It was too much. Can't talk long. Got the families from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. I even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Not sure. I was fighting with the Sixth against Parthians in the east. Only my whole body was aching every time I took a swing of my gladius. It was the rheumatism. Relentless. Unending. Of course, I wasn't going to get any sympathy from my commander. So I started thinking, what if, in the next battle, I just didn't try as hard, you know? What if I let my guard down just long enough? Next battle came, and then nothing. I woke up by the river. Are you calling me a liar? I just opened up. I have nothing to say.
An accident? So I do have a question, though. Really? Oh, I promise. Nobody else will ever... Oh, speaking of which... Terrible shame, that is. The forum's usually dead quiet at that app, to be honest. I thought maybe poor old dude, so I put my head out and I called out to them, but they just... All I remember is they ran past a... So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Hooray. Oh, I try not to worry about it. Thanks. And I'm sure he'd love to... He'll be just across the... What? You've been here a few good people. My friend... Well, I'm just saying. Oh, there's not much I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make... In the end, they decided that after about a day in a carriage, I remember closing my eyes. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me... Anyway, I went searching. Oh, yeah. I suppose you're right. All right.
Citizen, I have nothing to say.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Malleolus isn't receiving. Do I seem... Malleolus, of course. If old man... Yeah? Whoa, you must really want to see Malleolus. Let yourself in with it. Just make sure you give it back.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. Ah, you've returned. If I did... Ask them. Good. Of course. Well, if you stopped one person from breaking it, allow me to explain. The crux of it is this. If you do anything to illustrate, when the golden rule is broken, if you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then the same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, if either of those things were to happen, I am given to So the fact that you are still here means... Excellent. It looks like you'll have to Thank you.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What now? What? Absolutely not. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had. Treat your inferior. Can't ask for much more. All right?
Citizen.
Just as the ocean but it does. The bloodless. They. The blood some that. Help me. It is better for you. There is only. It is the newly. Ixion turns. Wow, isn't that a big long bow? Ah, you're here. And I hope there's a light in your eye. Coming on a bit. I take back. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. Certainly. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair. Now she just stands around. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, there used to be a midwife here, Naevia. Fortunately for us. Whatever. All right.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
I have nothing to say.
A new face, Ave, and my vest. It must be completed. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and why do you... I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the... Certain. See you again.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? One day, a few weeks back, he said he could hear spirits wailing. Anyway, a few days later, so I go down after him, and hunched over him was a creature. If it was a man, mate, more like a Strix. What any sane person would have done. Well,
You? Who are you? Do you know you're here? I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn. He wants to keep us all here forever. Or until we're turned to gold. Sentius, my adoptive father. I don't know. He said the gods... Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water. The only problem is it's barred. I'm going to take that key. I'm done caring about the golden... There won't be enough time. There's no time. Wait. What? No. It's no use. You're me.
Harvey. Ah, you've returned. Me? You know, I'll... Come now. Surely, you see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves, but I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. He was a moralist, and because of that fatal flaw, I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. The next time I awoke, you showed up. But, I mean, you've lived through only 3 extremely, and yet everything you... Because there's no escape, except the path that... So, you discovered my secret. Why? Isn't it obvious? And as long as this day, I have found a way to prolong... And why would I... You might want to think that through. If you and understand, the only way you're... And if I die, you see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to... I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on for... What are you going... Now, get out of my...
Ave again. Did you find... Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which... This might sound like a strange question, but please... Karen, you say? Older. I apologize. Have you spoken with any of the others? I really think you should. I know, I just don't want to... You have. Yes, I suppose that could be some... What else? Yes, I understand. What else? That's true. It's as I think. You mentioned earlier. I see. And was this...
Salve!
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you... But don't follow too closely. We... All right, you're here. You were asking how... Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest. It's just as you described it. Only it was C-H-A-R-O-N. Charon. The Charon, who in exchange for the right coin...
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm afraid so. All these people whose last it seems none of them is... It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto. I know it's a lot to take in. That was my first thought too. But it was also possible for the living... Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting each of them is slightly different. Whether the story... But they always involved the souls of the dead. It was said that he'd help the new arrival. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved. Of course, an obol was a To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and you say you saw it, and I once heard Kabash mention and Rufius described me, but whatever form this stranger took, I suspect the only way you'll... Good question. Let's see, but that never made any sense. In our case, it seems So, maybe there's some... No. I mean, I had my Now that we know where we are, we don't have much to go on. Except Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus. Hercules was able to leave the Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, and finally, Aeneas was able. So it seems you have two options: to confront the god of the underworld head on, or find a way to. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break. All Romans try to avoid. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish. Shh! Is everyone so blunt? That option would be the boldest, but also the only. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the. Are you telling me I won't pretend to understand? So, who knows? Perhaps, but first, you'd need an audience with. The problem is, the door has been sealed. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated It looks as though somebody, or a series, if you could recover and It's the towering stone You'll find them all over Rome. However, this one is unusual. That means you'll... Good question. To answer that, it would have had the god's name engraved, and there's only one group of people. There's a cult in Rome that they've been known to start fires. If I were you, I'd go looking for them. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere. I don't know. But perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, But I did hear Aurelia is pet. I'm afraid you're on your own with... As I mentioned, the problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandized... First, it said, the god of... If the stories are... The problem is, how... Leaving that aside for a moment, that... Truly? Then again, I suppose... Can you tell me more? Fascinating. If she has indeed been abducted, tell me. Truly? Ah, I see. But unfortunately... All right. I would suggest... As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. In any case, may Fortuna guide you.
You, Sisyphus, attack just as the ocean but it... Say it. Then... I thought I saw... I had to tell myself it... I must apologize if he gives such an... I will do... There is a downward path. Glue the sluggish sticks exhale. The wide, thorny waste is as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world. There the bloodlet others fought. I hope I have done it, and now we share a secret.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. All right, well, it was lovely to meet you.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you...
That's the idea.
What?
Why do you think?
I know. Please, please just think this through.
I'm sorry, but I...
Please, help him. If he... Thank you.
Let me guess. I screwed up my life. I'll be stuck slaving up. I'm out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! That was not your fault. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I'd best...
delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, yes. Thank you. I'm delighted and now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens, under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And no more should you walk on eggshells. Yes. No more should you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because. The tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. Yes. Remember my first act as magistrate. I hereby announce. Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate. My name is Marcus. You mean my... And I'm hardly the only person. I like to think it is... Well, I am not... That's quite all right. We all make... Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be... I trust you can see your...
I'm not supposed to be a... Talk. My marital... Perhaps you're not... You know, some time ago, when he still cared... Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name, I confronted him about it. I let it go, eventually, but... Oh, aren't you charming? It seems our interests are alike. But first, I want you to bring me some wine. Oh, don't look at me like that. Let me tell you something about Malleolus. After all I've done for him, counseling him, he said it was for my own... Tonight, at his victory party, I am... You mean, because they're... So... excellent. I expect you'll have to flatter her a bit. If that... I heard they used to be... Thank you.
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. make this
Oh!
this to you, good citizens.
So you survived the system.
Are they?
What have you baked for us today, my talented young friend?
Same thing I've made every day for the last 5 months, Georgius. Bread.
Ah, but it's the way you make it which makes it so magnificent.
I just follow the recipe. It's dead simple.
And yet, you managed to elevate it to an art form somehow.
You old flatterer. What are you like?
Greetings, I'm Georgius. My friend, you're... And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am... My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think they do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy. I am flattered that they copy our... At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up. But my point is this. If you want to know, the plaque you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek... he cannot help it. Like a tip. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say... I hope that our...
Hello?
Do you like it? But... Well... Like... Hilarious. He's nice. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have... Bye-bye.
Are they?
Why are you... Thank you. Now, perhaps you can tell me who...
What?
He's... Oh no. Give me that immediately. Another copy. No, what? It was a lie of a mission. This is outrageous.
Are they?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Centilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but... I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere, suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax, get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Citizen? I suppose you're right. What now? All right?
I saw you slide down that rope and strange, too, since there I was. Anyway, I'm so... Well, I've been trying to get... It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake. Do you think you could use the device? Look, I'll... Oh, thank you. It would... All right.
Citizen?
You look well, my sartorial friend.
Galerius?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3
Wow.
weeks.
Isn't that
Don't
a
be too
big
hard on
long
yourself.
bow?
From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but...
Citizen,
I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if
Whatever's in
she's
that
out
great
there
temple
somewhere
up there on the
suffering,
bluff,
waiting to be
I
found?
bet it's worth a
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax, get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Ah, it's you again. Now. Brilliant! This is going to make us. What I really want to do is walk up to her, but on the other hand, I can't. You mean, you see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals, but at the same time, she's just. I don't know. What I need is what do you say? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her... Thank you.
Arvig. Oh, how lovely. I see. Of course, that man is a one, but he is the least subtle. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He'd just stand there each morning. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 30. Then... I hope so. See you again soon.
Same ability starting.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. All right, let me see. Stop Fabio go... Yulia? Oh, poor guy. I'll go, but...
The 49 melodies fetch again with but it... The new...
Are they? Keep an eye out for Scintilla.
Hey, Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes, yes. Thank
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl.
Salve, friend. Welcome to life under... All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get...
That's the...
What?
Why do you...
I know. Please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help him.
You know about that? Well, you don't understand. It's too... If I backed out... Oh, but we're still in debt bondage to that... Really? You'd... do... It seems to... Thank you for... Thank you. I just wish there was some way I could... I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia...
Name's Rufius. No idea what... It's the rumor. I know, that's... I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to...
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why
Welcome.
do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to say...
Ah, a new I hit. What? You went snooping in his place. Have you... Really? Poor fellow. Really? Nice to talk to you.
Salve again? How is it? Oh. Hey, maybe the... All right.
Citizen.
It's you again. Now. What? How did you know I was trying... Venus, that is the best news. I wish there were... All I can do is tell you where there's a secret. In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little door. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress... If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon... I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. But from what I hear, Malleolus... maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom. And how could you know that? All right.
Domitius doesn't usually let any... What? So... Oh, so much... Fine. Ruling this. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess. There. You got what you wanted.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades.
Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election, unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
That is all.
Greetings and salutations.
Salve.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius.
I hope you're coping.
What is it, sir? Not that it's any of your business. All right?
Shalom. All right.
I love your clothes. Oh, you're here. And there's... What was that? Let's just forget. Not for a few weeks now. I remember the one word I kept hearing was... All right, see you.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greeting. Please, let us live the life. Very well, but the magistrate, for several months now, I have been sneaking. Each day, I leave offerings of food in the hope that we... So I ask, stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argo. Nothing! Nobody. And when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern... It is the only Greek temple in the... I do not think you should pursue this, my friend, but you do not strike me as a...
Come and join me by the fire. Welcome. Well, it is best you do not know. Tell me. Ah, Kabash, I will tell you everything I know, but the one thing I long for above all else let us find out with this simple question. Excellent. I see you are now, will you? Wonderful. Would you say you know the difference? And to what extent? So, you're not in... That is quite... I'm reminded of something. Better to know that you know nothing. It is because knowledgeable people you see out there in the world being so we would tell lies and bend rule, but under the golden rule, so to navigate this maze, we would... That is an excellent question. So let me ask you this. Is there one... How can that be? Since they all have differences, if there is a correct moral code, then... Ah, you know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity... He asked some Greeks who burnt... Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, what would it take? From this, Herodotus concluded that, I take it you're in... Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with it, would you still maintain that within such... And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a... My point is this. I don't... Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may... For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, and so we must accept our limitation. In mathematics, we would call... Because the only way to create a utopia, this and no other is the... And life under tyranny. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you. You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave? I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, back then I used to enjoy It became heated. He drew a gladius. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and they are one and the same. My generation was wiped out, I think it's safest to assume that if I was to... I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by... I'm afraid I am the only one left. Some from It has been lonely. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first, and sometimes when there are Greek people living up above, the greater challenge is like so many things in life. As you would. Ha! If I did. Did we not discuss it at length? You seek the plaque bearing the... It is a cursed object. I will tell you, but you may find... Very few know this, but before when the Romans came, in typical fashion, thus the shrine of Persephone became the shrine, and when they found an obelisk bearing the name and the city's dwindling Greek residents witnessing, they gathered their art and valuables. However, there was an even older plaque bearing... We had no idea until a year. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally... Suddenly it made sense why there was... You see, we proud Greeks had thought that... But it turns out this game has been going on. I think it is best you head through the There are certain things you take this key. I enjoyed our chat. Ah, you've returned.
Stop! Do not come any closer. I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the rest. Trousers. That is... I was planning to return it Here, take it, and restore the... Now, as... Indeed, I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities. Well, you may not. In fact, because it's... I will tell you, but... Indeed, see what has become of it. I have been as Egypt declined, and the Greeks had their turn to flourish. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before, as if that desecration was, my only solace is that the Greeks then suffered. I am glad to hear it. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize. It would imply the gods and that my people did. I say, you will never. This work of sacrifice. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone. Now, the thing of. I do not know. What could possibly. All I know is everyone. Good. Wait. You would plunge. When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here. I disagree. I warned you against coming down. You have undermined and did. Very well, I will Why should I let you? Then you admit it. Many of we prepared to have, and yet I arrive here. Did our priests steal? I am not sure Perhaps there is. You are very well. I will remain here for a while.
Ah, you've returned. Good to see you. I enjoy.
Don't you just love springtime? Ah, it's you now. I've bounced the idea, but maybe that... He did? Oh, I'll let Equitia know. All right.
Feeling all right? That's a shame. Thanks again.
Welcome to my humble...
Hey! Truly, my imagination runs wild. Should I stop? Very well.
Now, Galerius, did you know he saved that? But of course, I hope that our...
Galerius. Sorted out my room. Fine. See you.
Salve. Welcome. Well, thank you. My vote isn't... Nice to talk.
Wonder how much one of these Hello there, friend. Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested. Oh well, let me know if you change your mind. Centius, I suppose. Yeah? Certainly. Well, that's a shame. Very well. Hello there, friend. Well. Oh well. Centius. Yeah? Certainly. Nothing illegal about it. Well, that's... Very well. Hello there, friend. Well. Now you talk. Oh, that's a little excessive. All right. But I'm gonna need... Well, out. I suppose you're wrong. Here's your... Now. What? I can't take that golden bow. You promised to tell me where I could... What is this? Don't even...
Salva. All right.
What now? Whatever.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Poor Virgil. All right, let me... What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I'll go, but once I...
Ixion turns.
Lucretia, no time to explain. I'm supposed to give you the Sylphium resin for Yulia.
What? Quick, give it here. I'm just going to help her swallow this. I think she's going to be all right. Galerius, you're amazing. How did you know?
I was just doing what the new guy told me.
I don't understand. How did... Never mind.
Can't stay. Places to be. Salve, Rufus. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, that's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
Citizen.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Iulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Iulia immediately.
Citizen.
Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for coming. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default.
Actually, I'd like to nominate myself, if that's all right.
Of course, Galerius, that's your right. Citizens, the election will proceed.
Salve again, friend. How is it Oh, come on. That's a shame. Hey, maybe... All right. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Now. All right.
new face, are they? It must be completed. It'll be between Sentius, Why do you... All of the male citizens who are willing and... Well, but if it's any consolation, by using whatever... As I said, I'm planning to... Yes. Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius?
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius?
Sentius.
Virgil?
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius?
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius?
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
Glad Galerius won. He deserved it.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georges I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? Oh, thank you. You can have my... And maybe you can... My friend Hannibal used to look after... But before that... He gave me a key to the cisterns. Please help me find it. Oh, thank you. Hope you find it. In the... Oh, look, maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it.
It's so lovely to see Dooley out and about again.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well...
The many shall suffer. For the sins of the one.
Impossible! Everybody run!
It's almost as if you're trying to extend my lifespan.
Salva... Oh. You... Or... What? Oh... Oh!
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not? Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about... So, one... Anyway, and hunt a... What? Whoa.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so gracefully. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not? For you, perhaps. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example? You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. I see, and I fail to see how your system... Now tell me. The merchant, how is that inconsistent with the rule I've outlined? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely what he would expect from others, and he would be quite capable of paying the price anyway. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation. Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man. Supposing you're right. Now tell me. The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them? Applying this rule always requires a... Supposing you're right. Now tell me. I have seen no such thing. Taking one's own life. Therefore, it... Now tell me. Do you honestly... I should strike you dumb. Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well. My story is many thousands of years. It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful. Just as you might seem so to. But despite all that, my kin and I all adopted this form long ago. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delight. This is my beloved. Like me, she has been known by many names. Erish, or perhaps you might know her as... Your gaze lingers. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, Kumutubal to the... Her role is to ferry souls between... For that, you will talk more later. No. Long ago I swore to. As you... It has come to be known simply. That is a long story. One that began... You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on it. We discovered your planet. And with you all but destroyed yourself. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called... For a time you flourished. But soon you were too many for us to have. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion. My kin had seen enough. We began preparations to return to it, but my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without... She made an extraordinary sacrifice. And so she began her horrified. I acted swiftly. I placed... And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father. It was and is my hope. But he refused. I did everything. Humans were unworthy of us. But seeing that I was agreed, if even one human city could prove... Then Proserpina and all of humanity, my part would be to remain behind. And so my reward has been to languish, so that I might take her... And here I am. There were also gods who, like me, have been known. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune's, and of course... As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to... I watched wave after wave of Sumerians, of course, believing themselves to be the superior. After another 1,000 years, they built upon the under... To ensure the wager was fair. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located. As the tokens were discovered, later when they spread to Greece, some placed coins in the mouths of their dead. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Your kind would have squandered the last. It is a regrettable story. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people. But the erasure did not take completely. His tales were committed to writing. It came to be known. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's story. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gate. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, a warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus. They each told embellished tales, and so from Sumer to Egypt grew. Of course. Good. Only, it has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
We cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpina slumbered for 3,000 years. Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your case. But I warn you, if you anger me or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule? How so? And be specific. You have made a grave allegation, and I expect you to back it up. True. I have witnessed him doing that. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better than that. That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it? Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protect? Of course not, because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine. Because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors. That is true. Go on. Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no, the very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster? Wait, what? What are you saying? You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Chryseid's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never win. Why would he do that? A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us. Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much for a long time now. And I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever be better than you are. But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because I loved her. Who knew this empathy of yours, which you celebrate so much, could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is now. Farewell, mortal.
Oh. Hi there. Give me a bit of a... Well, here I am. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I'm fairly certain you and I are the first. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named... Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people. They believed that if even one person sinned, then, one day, just as an oracle appeared, and saving the life, foiling an assassin, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle and the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius... Because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice... Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort... What became of him? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly... I don't know, it reads like an earnest account. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the... I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever... You go on ahead.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I do not enjoy deceiving people. That most people find That you died, of course. My rule, as the servant of the god of the underworld. Most souls would rather not. Ask yourself as you wish. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered it. Unfortunately, a nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out. You both fought bravely. There was nothing He died instantly at the scene. That man's name, you were each in possession of a sacred. It means there is nobody else to ferry here. Perhaps you have heard. Well, those stories contained a long time ago. My orders were simple. Whenever It means there is. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone.
Kinda lost track of time in there. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who
Sounds like quite a story. You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Hey, you made it. It's great. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. After everything you've been through, I thought... So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some... I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. Why don't you head on down there?
You're finally here! It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only... Anyway, I know we only ever had that one. I wanted to say thanks. Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly. I know! I can't believe my luck either. We're planning to get married next spring. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to...
Oh, hello.
You're here. It's lovely to find. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last. I'm just teasing. Actually, Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa. It feels like the world has just opened up. We're just so thankful. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nice. See you at the wedding.
Hello. I'm the... Galerius said you're very nice. I live at Galerius and... Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. Bye-bye.
You're... Oh, of course, sorry. And of course... Oh, I barely recognize... I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write... Did you know there are entire continents? And you can travel almost anywhere in an air... Oh, sorry, you already know. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how... Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, after the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me. I can't... Thank you. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws in, even in your time life. Apparently he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class... Nigeria? Well, you are the... Huh. You too, if you're ever in London. I hope so.
You are here. It's nice. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago. And speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you. I'm studying to get into medical school. When it ended, I realized I missed you too.
Hey.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life. And reuniting Centilla. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Still, I have to keep the ones who pioneered our paths. He's not my... Oh. He had more trouble adapting than... He got himself disqualified from the UFC. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. But his luck finally ran out. And it... You're not wrong. And you.
I take it you're... Actually, I changed my name. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you... She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been But he's been dealt with. He's... Anything I want. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things. He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in eternal torment. You too. See you around.
Greetings. You must be the I am told we have you to I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last... Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece, I hope you will join me there and regale me with... You too, my...
You're... the one... I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save... I'm just so happy to be here. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave. Mostly that means baking for my friends and... Thank you. You too.
I take it you're the oracle everybody... We have. I never thought I'd leave that cave. And it seems I have your... I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University. Not that I need the money. My sincere...
Good evening.
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere... Whatever you did in that temple, mate... I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started it. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. I can't decide between fossil fuel. Oh, don't be like that. You can... Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. Of course, don't let me keep...
Good evening.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure but thank you. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I just want to spend the Thank you. And you. Oh, and... Wonderful.
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and... I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while.
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid. I'm already up to the 19th century. Men have called me mad. And you.
It is an honor to find you know. Oh, of course. I too would like to offer my thanks. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but instead I have decided to follow the course. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the... Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. News for what you did. Sorry, I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he... Haven't decided. You too.
It's so nice to finally... I wanted to thank you personally for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was. You natives of the 20th... You too, as Rufus said in his own... If you're ever in the Netherlands...
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I understand I have the way you just showed up out of the blue. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. Every day I look at her, and so we're living each day to the sitting together on, and I... Thank you. You too.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Don't worry. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with... You can try some... Thanks. You too.
There you are. I hope you... Now, there's one more person I want...
Sorry if I frightened you. Allow me to introduce... I am Proserpina. I wanted to meet you in person. I hate to think what would have happened to us without... Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was... I was able to control their tongue. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were... I did. I may have given up my aim after witnessing Pluto punish countless poor, so I tried to give them a way to buy more time. So I whispered to Sentius in secret. I knew the danger of humans. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach it. We were all fortunate. I don't know what happened to him. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. She wouldn't say what it was. And you. Oh, and one last thing. Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.